Testing. Switching back. Hello. Okay, good. Hi. Hi, everybody. Okay, so we're back for real, I think. Uh, for those who don't know where I've been, uh, April was very, very hard for me. A lot happened. I was finishing school. I was tired. I was. Uh, okay, but yeah, I was finishing school and um, I was just some stuff happened and I had to take down a lot of old content and I was just really miserable. So I ended up just going on hiatus because it wasn't feasible for me to stream and function, uh, especially with my official group debut coming soon, which we're still working towards. But I'm gonna hang out with B pre-debut and generally getting ready to go back. So I thought now would probably be a good time to come back from hiatus for a bit and like hang out with you guys. Like a countdown, I suppose, to Outpause officially debuting properly. And uh, if you've seen any of my tweets in the past few days, you'd know that um I picked up a book and It's really good, and I figured I might as well put you on it. So I'm putting you all on my shit. Uh so come in. Come say hi. Come. Uh let me read to you my favorite book. Uh um I know it's early, so a lot of you are probably busy. I have the good mic out today, as you can see. The good mic. Um and I'm very excited to have the good mic because the good mic means that we read good, and it also means that you can hear paper noises. Yeah, I have the actual book for today's impromptu book club in my hands right now, which means you guys are gonna get page turning ASMR today, which feels very silly. But hey, Bon, hello. Yes, I'm on the good mic because book. Uh, so oh my god, it still has that new book smell. I picked it up yesterday when the sky was orange. The sky is a normal color today, but it is also very thick air. Oh yeah, right. I mentioned this already today, I think. But uh my province is on fire, so I'm not going outside. And I need something to do before I'm awake enough for chores. Probably take a break to do chores and eat. But for now, we're gonna read. This book is so thick. Like, this bitch is meaty. I'm almost done the audiobook. I just hit like chapter 22, I think. Um, this thing is so thick. Andy Weir writes like he's running out of time. It's ridiculous. But this book owns my soul, which means I'm gonna put you on this shit because it's really good. I think everyone should get the chance to read this book at least once. Literally, it's paperback, it's soft cover, so like I don't want anything. Oh my god, it's got like cover art inside. It is a dedication to the Beatles, and the first page I open up is blueprints. Blueprints for the Hail Mary. The, what? I didn't know that. I didn't know about this. The actual first page, one of the first few pages of this book, when you open it, is blueprints for the Hail Mary. What? Oh, it like it's a map of the. What? And it shows the center. What? This is so cool. This is so cool. I wasn't expecting that to be in there. I was so ready to read it. I open it and there's art in there. What? Dude. It it has pictures of when it opens and breaks up. Huh? Oh, weird. Weird. Okay, okay, okay. Um, here we go. Here we go. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Back up a little so I have room for the book. Right. So let's read it. We're gonna read. Uh, for those who haven't seen my tweets all week, we're reading Andy Weir's Project Hail Mary. It is. I can only describe it as science fiction cosmic horror comedy. Uh, and I'm forcing you all to listen to me read it because it's great. Okay. What's 2 plus 2? Something about the question irritates me. I'm tired. I drift back to sleep. A few minutes pass, then I hear it again. What's 2 plus 2? The soft, feminine voice lacks emotion, and the pronunciation is identical to the previous time she said it. It's a computer. A computer is hassling me. I'm even more irritated now. I say. I'm surprised. I meant to say, leave me alone. A completely reasonable response, in my opinion. But I've failed to speak. Incorrect, says the computer. What's 2 plus 2? Time for an experiment. I'll try to say hello. Uh, I say. Incorrect. What's 2 plus 2? What's going on? I want to find out, but I don't have much to work with. I can't see, I can't hear anything other than the computer. I can't even feel. No, that's not true. I feel something. I'm lying down. I'm on something soft. A bed? I think my eyes are closed. That's not so bad. All I have to do is open them. I try, but nothing happens. Why can't I open my eyes? Open. And open. Open, dang it. Hope I felt a wiggle that time. My eyelids moved. I felt it. Open! My eyelids creep up, and the blinding light sears my retinas. Ugh, I say, my eyes wide open. I keep my eyes open with sheer force of will. Everything is white with shades of pain. Eye movement detected, my tormentor says. What's 2 plus 2? The whiteness lessens. My eyes are adjusting. I start to see shapes, but nothing sensible just yet. Let's see. Can I move my hands? No. Feet? Also no. But I can move my mouth, right? I've been saying stuff. Not stuff that makes sense, but it's something. Brr. Incorrect. What's 2 plus 2? The shapes start to make sense. I'm in a bed. It's kind of oval shaped. LED lights shine down on me. Cameras in the ceiling watch my every move. Creepy though that is, I'm much more concerned about the robot arms. The two brushed steel armatures hang from the ceiling. Each has an assortment of disturbingly penetration-looking tools where hands should be. Can't say I like the look of that. Or, I say, will that do? Incorrect. What's 2 plus 2? Dang it. Summon all my willpower and inner strength. Also, I'm starting to panic a little. Good, I use that too. 4, I finally say. Correct. Thank God I can talk. Sort of. I breathe a sigh of relief. Wait, I just controlled my breathing. I take another breath on purpose. My mouth is sore, my throat is sore, but it's my soreness. I have control. I'm wearing a breathing mask. It's tight to my face and connected to a hose that goes up behind my head. Can I get up? No, but I can move my head a little. I look down at my body. I'm naked and connected to more tubes than I can count. There's one in each arm, one in each leg, one in my, uh, okay then. And two that disappear under my thigh. I'm guessing one of them is up where the sun doesn't shine. That can't be good. I'm also covered with electrodes, the sensor type stickers, like for an EKG, but they're all over the place. Well, at least they're only on my skin instead of jammed into me. I wheeze. I try again. Where am I? What's the cube root of 8? The computer asks. Where am I? I say again. This time it's easier. Incorrect. What's the cube root of 8? I take a deep breath and speak slowly. 2 times e to the 2I pi. Incorrect. What's the cube root of 8? But I wasn't incorrect. I just wanted to see how smart the computer was. Answer, not very. 2, I say. Correct. I listen for follow-up questions, but the computer seems satisfied. I'm tired. I drift off to sleep again. I wake up. How long was I out? I must have been a while because I feel rested. I open my eyes without any effort. That's progress. Try to move my fingers. They wiggle as instructed. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Hand movement detected, says the computer. Remain still. What? Why? The robot arms come for me. They move fast. Before I know it, they've. No! Sorry, my earbuds just died. Or not died, but turned off on their own. It's so weird. Right, okay. The robot arms come for me. They move fast. Before I know it, they've removed most of the tubes from my body. I didn't feel a thing. Though my skin's kind of numb anyway. Only 3 tubes remain. An IV in my arm, a tube up my butt, and a catheter. Those latter two are the kind of signature items I wanted removed, but okay. Or shoot. Those latter two are kind of the signature items I wanted removed, but okay. I raise my right arm and let it fall back to the bed. I do the same for my left. They feel heavy as heck. Repeat the process a few times. My arms are muscular. That doesn't make sense. I assume I've had some medical problem and been in this bed for a while. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hooked me up to all the stuff. Shouldn't there be muscle atrophy? And shouldn't there be doctors or maybe sounds of hospital? And what's with this bed? It's not a rectangle, it's an oval, and I think it's mounted to the wall inside of the floor. Take. I trail off, still kind of tired. Take the tubes out. The computer doesn't respond. I do a few more arm lifts. I wiggle my toes. I'm definitely getting better. I tilt my ankles back and forth. They're working. I raise my knees up. My legs are well toned too. Not bodybuilder thick, but still too heavy for someone on the verge of death. I'm not sure how thick they should be, though. I press my palms to the bed and push. My torso rises. I'm actually getting up. It takes all my strength, but I soldier on. The bed rocks gently as I move. It's not a normal bed, that's for sure. As I raise my head higher up, I see the foot of the elliptical bed. The head and the foot of the elliptical bed are attached to strong looking wall mounts. It's kind of a rigid hammock. Weird. Soon I'm sitting on my butt tube. Not the most comfortable sensation, but when is a tube up your butt ever comfortable? I have a better view of things now. This is no ordinary hospital room. The walls look plastic, and the whole room is round. Stark white light comes from the ceiling mounted LEDs. There are 2 more hammock like beds mounted to the walls, each with their own patient. We're arranged in a triangle, and the roof mounted arms of harassment are. I knew that joke was there, and I forgot about it anyway. The roof mounted arms of harassment are in the center of the ceiling. I guess they take care of all 3 of us. I can't see much of my compatriots. They've sunken into their bedding like I had. There's no door, just a ladder on the wall leading to a hatch? It's round and has a wheel handle in the center. Yeah, it's gotta be some sort of hatch, like on a submarine. Maybe the 3 of us have a contagious disease? Maybe this is an airtight quarantine room. There are small vents here and there on the wall, and I feel a little airflow. It could be a controlled environment. I slide one leg off the edge of the bed, which makes it wobble. The robot arms rush toward me. I flinch, but they stop short and hover nearby. I think they're ready to grab me if I fall. Full body motion detected, the computer says. What's your name? Seriously? I ask. Incorrect. Attempt number 2. What's your name? I open my mouth to answer. Ugh. Incorrect. Attempt number 3. What's your name? Only now does it occur to me I don't know who I am. I don't know what I do. I don't remember anything at all. I say. Incorrect. A wave of fatigue grips me. It's kind of pleasant. Actually, the computer must have sedated me through the IV line. Wait, I mumble. The robot arms lay me gently back down on the bed. I wake up again. One of the robot arms is on my face. What is it doing? I shudder, more shocked than anything else. The arm retracts back to its home in the ceiling. I feel my face for damage. One side has stubble and the other is smooth. You were shaving me? Consciousness detected, the computer says. What's your name? I still don't know that. Incorrect. Attempt number 2. What's your name? I'm Caucasian, I'm male, and I speak English. Let's play the odds. John? Incorrect. Attempt number 3. What's your name? I pull the IV out of my arm. Bite me. Incorrect. The robot arms reach for me. I roll off the bed, which is a mistake. The other tubes are still connected. The butt tube comes right out. Doesn't even hurt. The still inflated catheter yanks her. Oh no! Riley! Ugh, and that does hurt. It's like peeing a golf ball. I scream and writhe on the floor. Physical distress, says the computer. The arms give chase. I crawl along the floor to escape. I get under one of the other beds. The arms stop short, but they don't give up. They wait. They're run by a computer. It's not like they'll run out of patience. Let my head fall back and gasp for breath. After a while, the pain subsides and I wipe tears from my eyes. I have no idea what's going on here. Hey, I call out. One of you wake up. What's your name? The computer asks. One of you humans, wake up, please. Incorrect, the computer says. The crotch hurts so bad I have to laugh. It's just absurd. Plus, the endorphins are kicking in and making me giddy. I look back at the catheter by my bunk. I shake my head in awe. Oh no. I did some damage on the way out. A little streak of blood sits on the ground, just a thin red line of. Sip my coffee. Pop the last fragment of toast into my mouth and signal the waitress for my check. I could have saved money by eating breakfast at home instead of going to a diner every morning, probably, but diner every morning probably would have been a good idea considering my meager salary, but I hate cooking and I love eggs and bacon. The waitress nodded and walked over to the cash register to ring me up, but another customer came in to be seated right that moment. I checked my watch. Just past 7 a.m. No rush. I like to get into work by 7:20 so I could have time to prep for the day, but I didn't actually need to be there until 8. I pulled out my phone and checked my email. 2. Astronomy Curiosities. From Irina Petrova, PhD. Subject: The Thin Red Line. I frowned at the screen. Unsubscribe from that list. I left that life a long time ago. It didn't get a lot of volume, and what it did get, if memory served, was usually pretty interesting. Just a bunch of astronomers, astrophysicists, and other domain experts chatting about anything that struck them as odd. I glanced at the waitress. The customers had a bunch of questions about the menu, probably asking if Sally's Diner served gluten-free, gluten-free vegan grass clippings or something. Oh my god, I forgot how fucking funny chapter 1 was. Ryland! Oh god. So you know when he lives in like California or something. Oh my god. Yeah, the good people of San Francisco. I damn it. Oh my god, I love him so much. With nothing better to do, I read the email. Hello. Okay. Hello, professionals. My name is Dr. Irina Petrova. I work at the Pulkovo University in St. Petersburg, Russia. I am writing you to ask for help. For the past 2 years, I have been working on a theory related to infrared emissions from nebulae. As a result, I have made detailed observations in a few specific Ira bands of light, and I have found something odd. Not in any nebula, but in our own solar system. There's a very faint but detectable line in the solar system that emits infrared light at the 25.984 micron wavelength. It seems to be solely that wavelength with no variance. Attached are Excel spreadsheets with my data, but I also have provided a few renders of the data as a 3D model. You will see on the model that the line is a lopsided arc that raises straight from the sun's north pole for 37 million kilometers. From there, it angles sharply down and away from the sun towards Venus. After the arc's apex, the cloud widens like a funnel. At Venus, the arc's cross section is wide as the planet itself. The infrared glow is very faint. I was only able to detect it at all because I was using extremely sensitive detection equipment while searching for IR emissions from nebulae.
To be certain, I called in a favor from the Academa Observatory in Chile. In my opinion, the best IR observatory in the world. They confirmed my findings. There are many reasons one might see IR in interplanetary space. It could be space dust or other particles reflecting sunlight, or some molecular compound could be absorbing energy and re-emitting it in the infrared band. That would even explain why it is all the same wavelength. The shape of the arc is particular interest. My first guess was that it is a collection of particles moving along magnetic field lines, but Venus has no magnetic field to speak of. No magnetosphere, no ionosphere, nothing. What forces would make particles arc toward it, and why would they glow? Any suggestions or theories would be welcome. What the heck was that? I remembered it all at once. It just kind of showed up in my head without warning. I didn't learn much about myself. I live in San Francisco, I remember that, and I like breakfast. Also, I used to be into astronomy, but now I'm not. Apparently, my brain decided it was critical that I remember that email. Not trivial things like my own name. My subconscious wants to tell me something. Seeing the line of blood must have reminded me of the thin red line title for that email. But what's that got to do with me? I shimmy out from under the bed and sit up against the wall. The arm angles toward me but still can't reach. Time to get a look at my fellow patients. I don't know who I am or why I got here, but at least I'm not alone. And they're dead. Yeah, definitely dead. The closest one to me was a woman, I think. At least, I think. She had long hair. Other than that, she's mostly a mummy. Desiccated skin draped over bones. There's no smell. Nothing is actively rotting. She must have died a long time ago. The other person in the bed was a man. I think he's been dead even longer. His skin is not only dry and leathery, but also crumbling away. Okay, so I'm here with two dead people. I should be disgusted and horrified, but I'm not. They're so far gone they don't even look human. They look like Halloween decorations. I hope I wasn't close friends with either of them, or I hope if I was, I don't remember it. Dead people is a concern, but I'm more concerned that they've been here so long. Even a quarantine area would remove dead people, wouldn't they? Whatever's wrong must be pretty darn bad. I get to my feet. It's slow and it takes a lot of effort. I steady myself at the edge of Miss Mummy's bed. It wobbles and I wobble with it, but I stay upright. The robot arms make a play for me, but I flatten myself against the wall again. I'm pretty sure I was in a coma. Yeah, the more I think of it, I was definitely in a coma. I don't know how long I've been there, but if I was put here at the same time as my roommates, it's been a while. I rub my half shaved face. Those arms are designed to manage long term unconsciousness. More evidence I was in a coma. Maybe I can get to that hatch? Take a step, then another, then I sink to the floor. It's just too much for me. I have to rest. Why am I so weak when I have these well toned muscles? And if I was in a coma, why do I even have muscles? I should be a withered, spindly mess right now, not beach bod buff. He is. He's having a very weird time. Ryland Grayson, the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day. I have no idea what my end game is. What should I do? Am I really sick? I mean, I feel like crud, of course, but I don't feel sick. I'm not nauseated. I don't have a headache. I don't think I have a fever. If I don't have disease, why am I in a coma? Physical injury? I feel around my head. No lumps or scars or bandages. The rest of my body seems pretty solid, too. Better than solid, I'm ripped. Why am I so yoked? I want to nod off, but I resist it. Time to take another stab at this. I push myself back up. It's like weightlifting, but it's a little easier this time. I'm recovering more and more, I hope. I shuffle along the wall, using my back for support and as much as my feet. The arms constantly reach for me, but I stay out of range. Pant and wheeze. I feel like I've run a marathon. Maybe I have a lung infection. Maybe I'm in isolation for my own protection. I finally make it to the ladder. Stumble forward and grab one of the rungs. I'm just so weak. How am I going to climb a 10-foot ladder? 10-foot ladder. I think in imperial units, that's a clue I'm probably American. Or English, or maybe Canadian. Canadians use feet and inches short distances. I ask myself, how far is it from LA to New York? My gut answer, 300. My gut answer, 3,000 miles. A Canadian would have used kilometers, so I'm English or American, or I'm from Liberia. I know Liberia uses imperial units, but I don't know my own name. That's irritating. I take a deep breath, I hang on the ladder with both hands, and I put my foot on the bottom rung. I pull myself up. It's a shaky process, but I get it done. Both feet are on the lower rung now. I reach up and grab the next rung. Okay, making progress. I feel like my whole body is made of lead. Everything is so much effort. I try to pull myself up, but my hand just isn't strong enough. I fall backward off the ladder. This is gonna hurt. It doesn't hurt. The robot arms catch me before I hit the ground because I fell into grabbing range. They don't miss a beat. They return me to the no. They return me to the bed and settle me in like a mother putting her child to sleep. You know what? This is fine. I'm really tired at this point, and lying down kind of works for me. The gentle rocking of the bed is comforting. Something bugs me about how I fell off the ladder. I replay it in my head. I can't put my finger on it. There's just a wrongness to it. Hmm. I drift off. Eat. There's a toothpaste tube on my chest. Huh? Eat, the computer says again. I lift the tube. It's white with black text that reads, Day 1, Meal 1. The heck is this? I say. Eat. I unscrew the cap and smell something savory. My mouth waters at the prospect. Only now do I realize how hungry I am. I squeeze the tube and disgusting looking brown sludge comes out. Eat. Who am I to question the creepy robot arm computer overlord? I cautiously lick the substance. Oh my god, it's good? It's so good. It's thick like gravy, but not too rich. I squeeze more straight into my mouth and savor it. I swear it's better than sex. I know what's going on here. They say hunger is the greatest seasoning. When you're starving, your brain rewards you handsomely for eating. Good job, it says. We get to not die for a while. Alright. Pieces fall into place. If I was in a coma for a long time, I must have been getting fed. I didn't have an abdominal tube when I woke up, so it was probably feeding me with an NG tube running down my esophagus. That's the least intrusive way to feed a patient who can't eat but has no digestion issues. Plus, it keeps the digestive system active and healthy, and it explains why the tube wasn't around when I woke up. If possible, you should remove an NG tube while the patient is still unconscious. Why do I know that? Am I a doctor? I squeeze another shot of the gravy goo into my mouth. Still delicious. I gobble it down. Still, soon the tube is empty. I hold it up. More of this. Meal complete. Still hungry. Give me another tube. Food allotment for this meal has been met. Ah, makes sense. My digestive system is still getting used to semi-solid food right now. Best to take it easy. If I eat as much as I want, I'll probably get sick. Computer is doing the right thing. Give me more food. No one cares about the right thing when they're hungry. Food allotment for this meal has been met. Ah. Still, I feel torn. Still, I feel a ton better than I did before. The food energized me on the spot, plus I've had more rest. I roll out of bed, ready to make a break for the wall, but the arms don't chase me. I guess I'm allowed out of bed now that I've proven I can eat. I look down at my naked body. This just doesn't feel right. I know that only other people around are dead, but still. I have some clothes. The computer says nothing. Fine, be that way. I pull the sheet off the bed and wrap it around my torso a couple of times. I pull one corner over my shoulder from behind my back and tie it to the other from the front. Instant toga. Self-ambulation detected, says the computer. What's your name? I am Emperor Comatose. Kneel before me. Incorrect. That's fucking awesome. I'm sorry. That- oh god, he's so mean. I feel a little unsteady, but I start walking across the room. This is a victory in itself. I don't need wobbly beds or walls to cling to. I'm on my own 2 feet. I make it to the ladder and grab hold. I don't need something to hang on to, but it sure makes life easier. The hatch above looks pretty darn solid. I assume it's airtight, and there's every chance it's locked, but I have to at least try. I climb up one rung. Tough, but doable. Another rung. Okay, I have the hang of this. Slow and steady. I make it to the hatch. I hang on to the ladder with one hand and turn the hatch's circular crank with the other. It actually turns. Holy moly, I say. Holy moly? Is that my go-to expression of surprise? I mean, it's okay, I guess, but I would have expected a little something a little less 1950s. What kind of weirdo am I? I turn the crank 3 full rotations and I hear a click. The hatch tilts downward and I get out of the way. Falls open, suspended by its hefty hinge. I'm free! Sort of. Beyond the hatch, there's just darkness. A little intimidating, but at least it's progress. I reach into the new room and pull myself up to the floor. Lights click on as soon as I enter. Presumably, the computer's doing. The room looks to be the same size and shape as the one I left. Another round room. One large table, a lab from the look of it, is mounted to the floor. 3 lab stools are mounted nearby. All around the walls are pieces of lab equipment, all of it mounted to tables or benches that are bolted to the floor. It's like the room is ready for a catastrophic earthquake. I take a sip. The ladder along the wall leads to another hatch in the ceiling. I'm in a well-stocked laboratory. Since when do isolation wards let patients into the lab? This doesn't look like a medical lab anyway. What the fudge is going on? Fudge? Seriously? Maybe I have young kids or I'm deeply religious. I stand to get a better look at things. The lab has smaller equipment bolted to the table. I see an 800 times a microscope, an autoclave, a bank of test tubes, sets of supply drawers, a sample fridge, a furnace, pipettes. Wait a minute, why do I know all those terms? I look at the larger equipment along the walls. Scanning electron microscope, submillimeter 3D printer, 11-axis milling machine, laser interferometer, 1 cubic meter vacuum chamber. I know what everything is and I know how to use it. I'm a scientist, now we're getting somewhere. Time for me to use science. Alright, genius brain, come up with something. I'm hungry. You have failed me, brain. Alright, well, I have no idea why this lab is here or why I'm allowed in, but onward. The hatch in the ceiling is 10 feet off the ground. It's gonna be another ladder adventure, at least I'm stronger now. I take a few deep breaths and start climbing the ladder. Same as before, this simple act is a massive effort. I may be getting better, but I'm not well. Good lord, I'm heavy. I make it to the top, but only just. I situate myself on the uncomfortable bars and push on the latch's handle. Doesn't budge. To unlock, state your name. But I don't know my name. Incorrect. No, no, he doesn't. I smack the handle with the palm of my hand. The handle doesn't move, and now the palm of my hand hurts, so yeah, not fruitful. This'll have to wait. Maybe I'll remember my name soon, or find it written somewhere? I climb back down the ladder. At least that's my plan. You'd think going down would be easier and safer than going up, but no. No, instead of gracefully descending the ladder, I put my foot on the next rung down at an awkward angle. I lose my grip on the hatch handle and fall like an idiot. I flail like an angry cat, reaching out for anything I can grasp. Turns out that's a terrible idea. I fall onto the table and smack a set of supply drawers with my shin. It hurts like a mother fluffer. I cry out, grab my shin in pain, and accidentally roll off the table and fall onto the floor. I can't believe Andy Weir wrote visual comedy, slapstick, into his book. What? No robot arms catch me this time. I land on my back and it knocks the wind out of me. Then, adding insult to injury, the supply drawer unit falls over. The drawers open and lab supplies rain down upon me. The cotton swabs aren't a problem. The test tubes just kind of hurt a little and surprisingly don't shatter, but the tape measure smacks me square in the forehead. Ugh. More stuff clatters down. I'm too busy holding the growing welt on my forehead to notice. What is that tape measure? A 3 foot tall fall off a table left a bump on my head? That did not work, I say to no one. The experience was just ridiculous, like something out of a Charlie Chaplin movie. Actually, it really was like that, a little too much like that. Same feeling of wrongness strikes me. I grab a nearby test tube and toss it into the air. It goes up and comes down like it should, but it annoys me. Something about falling objects ticks me off right now. I want to know why. What do I have to work with? Well, I have an entire laboratory and I know how to use it, but what's readily at hand? I look around at all the junk that fell to the floor. A bunch of test tubes, sample swabs, popsicle sticks, a digital stopwatch, pipettes, some scotch tape, and a pen. Okay, I may have what I need here. I get back to my feet and dust off my toga. There's no dust on it. My whole world seems really clean and sterile, but I do the motions just the same. I pick up the tape measure and take a look. It's metric. Maybe I'm in Europe? Whatever. Then I grab the stopwatch. It's pretty sturdy, like something you'd take on a hike. It has a solid plastic shell with a hard rubber ring around it. Undoubtedly waterproof, but also dead as a doornail. The LCD screen is completely blank. I press a few buttons, but nothing happens. I turn it over to get a look at the battery compartment. Maybe I can find a drawer with batteries, if I even know what kind it needs. I spot a little red plastic ribbon coming out of the back. Give it a pull and it comes out entirely. Stopwatch beeps to life. Kinda like batteries included toys. The little plastic tab was there to keep the battery from running down before the owner uses it first time. Okay, this is a brand spanking new stopwatch. Honestly, everything in this lab looks brand new. Clean, tiny, no signs of wear, not sure what to make of that. I play with the stopwatch for a while till I understand the controls. It's pretty simple, really. There's the tape measure to find out how high the table is. Anyway, the table's underside is 91 centimeters from the floor. I pick up a test tube. It's not glass, it may be some kind of high density plastic or something. Certainly didn't break when it fell 3 feet on a hard surface. Anyway, whatever it's made of, it's dense enough for air resistance to be negligible. I lay it on the table and ready the stopwatch. Push the test tube off the table with one hand and start the stopwatch with the other. I time how long it takes to hit the ground. Around 0.37 seconds. That's pretty darn fast. My own reaction time isn't skewing the results. I note the time down on my arm with a pen. Haven't found any paper yet. Put the test tube back and repeat the test. This time I get 0.33. I do it 20 times total, noting the results to minimize the effects of my error margin in starting and stopping the timer. Anyway, I end up with an average of 0.348 seconds. My arm looks like a math teacher's chalkboard, but that's okay. 0.348 seconds. Distance equals 1/2 acceleration times time squared. So acceleration equals 2 times distance over time squared. These formulas come easy to me. Second nature, I'm definitely skilled at physics. Good to know. We run the numbers and come up with an answer I don't like. The gravity in this room is too high. It's 15 meters per second, which when it should be 9.8. That's why things feel wrong to me. They're falling too fast, and that's why I'm so weak despite these muscles. Everything weighs 1.5 times as much as it should. The thing is, nothing affects gravity. You can't increase or decrease it. Earth's gravity is 9.8 meters per second, period. And I'm experiencing more than that. There's only one possible explanation. I'm not on Earth. That's the first chapter, by the way. I hate dog earing this page, but I don't own a bookmark. I will be right back. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick, and I will see you guys in a minute. But I hope you liked chapter one. Feel free to share any thoughts about it while I'm gone.
Hello, hello, I'm back.
Yeah. Um,
The order in which Ryland remembers things is hilarious to me. Because nothing about this man's life is ever normal or easy.
Ryland Grace is God's least favorite person. Everyone is about to experience it firsthand. I feel so bad for him on the daily. He can't catch a break. This is the I can't catch a break book. It's great. Okay, take a breath. Let's not jump to wild conclusions. Yes, the gravity is too high. Work from there. Think of sensible answers. I could be in a centrifuge. It'd have to be pretty big. With Earth's gravity providing 1G, you could have these rooms at an angle running around a track or on the end of a long solid arm or something. Set that spinning and aggregate the centripetal force plus Earth's gravity could be 15 meters per second per second. Why would someone make a huge centrifuge with hospital beds and a lab in it? I don't know, and would it even be possible? How big would that radius have to be? And how fast would it go? I don't know. I think I know how to find out. I need an accelerometer. Dropping things off a table and timing them is all well and fine for rough estimates, but it's only as accurate as my reaction time on hitting the stopwatch. I need something better, and only one thing will do the job. A small piece of string.
Yeah, it's gonna take him a while to remember what he actually needs to.
Um, I need a proper bookmark. I don't know how to use this thing. I searched the lab drawers. After a few minutes, I have half the drawers open, and I've found just about every form of lab supplies except string. I'm about ready to give up when I finally find a spool of nylon thread. Yes! I pull off a few feet of thread and cut it with my teeth. I tie a loop on one end and tie the other end around the tape measure. The tape measure will begin playing the role of dead weight in this experiment. Now I just need something to hang it from. I look above me at the hatch over my head. I climb up the ladder, easier now than ever before, and put the loop over the main hatch handle. Then I let the tape measure's weight pull the string taut on a taut. I have a pendulum. Cool thing about pendulums. The time it takes for one to swing forward and backward, period, won't change no matter how wide it swings. But if it's got a lot of energy, it'll swing farther and faster, but the period will still be the same. This is what mechanical clocks take advantage of to keep time. That period ends up being driven by two things and two things only: the length of the pendulum and gravity. I pull the pendulum to one side. I release it and start the timer. I count cycles as it sways back and forth. It's not exciting. I almost want to fall asleep, but I stay at it. When I hit the 10-minute mark, the pendulum is barely moving anymore, so I decide that's long enough. Grand total 346 full cycles in exactly 10 minutes. Onward to phase 2. Being texted. Please, guys, I'm busy. I'm live. I'm streaming. I'm reading a book. I measure the distance from the hatch handle to the floor. It's just over 2.5 meters. I go back downstairs to the bedroom again, and the ladder is no problem. I'm feeling so much better now. That food really did the trick. What's your name? The computer asks. Look down at my sheep toga. I am the great philosopher Pendulous. Incorrect. I hang the pendulum on one of the robot hands near the ceiling. Hope it'll stay there for a while. I eyeball the distance between the robot hand and the ceiling. I'll call it a meter. My pendulum is now 4.5 meters lower than it was before. I repeat the experiment. 10 minutes on the stopwatch and I count the total cycles. The result is 346 cycles. Same as upstairs. Golly. This thing is, in a centrifuge, the further you get from the center, the higher the centripetal force will be. So if I were in a centrifuge, the gravity down here would be higher than it was upstairs, and it isn't. At least not enough to get a different number of pendulum cycles. What if I'm in a really big centrifuge? One so huge that the force difference between here and the lab is so small it doesn't change the number of cycles. Let's see, the formula for a pendulum and the formula for the force of a centrifuge. Wait, I don't have the actual force, just a cycle count, so if there's a 1 over x factor involved, this is actually a very instructive problem. I have a pen but no paper. That's okay, I have a wall. After a lot of crazy prisoners scribbling on the wall type stuff, I have my answer. Let's say I'm on Earth and in a centrifuge. That would mean the centrifuge provides some sort of force with the rest being supplied by Earth. According to my math, and I showed all my work, the centrifuge would need a 700-meter radius, which is almost half a mile, and would be spinning at about 88 meters per second, almost 200 miles per hour. Hmm, I think mostly in metric when doing science stuff. Interesting. Most scientists do, though, right? Even scientists who grew up in America. Anyway, that'd be the largest centrifuge ever built. And why would anyone build it? Plus, something like that would be loud as heck, whizzing through the air at 200 miles per hour. And at the very least, there'd be some turbulence here and there, not to mention a lot of wind noise. I don't hear or feel anything like that. This is getting weird. Okay, what if I'm in space? There wouldn't be turbulence or wind resistance, but the centrifuge would have to be bigger and faster because there's no gravity to help out. More math, more graffiti on the wall. The radius would have to be 1,280 meters, close to a mile. Nothing anywhere near that big has ever been built for space. So I'm not in a centrifuge and I'm not on Earth. Another planet? There isn't any planet, moon, or asteroid in the solar system that has this much gravity. Earth is the largest solid object in the whole system. Sure, the gas giants are bigger, but unless in a balloon floating around the winds of Jupiter, there's just nowhere I could go to experience this force. How do I know all that space stuff? I just know it. It feels like second nature. Information I use all the time. Maybe I'm an astronaut. Maybe I'm an astronomer or a planetary scientist. Maybe I work for NASA or ESA or. I met Marissa every Thursday night for steak and beer at Murphy's on Go Street. Always at 6 p.m. And because the staff knew us always at the same table. We'd met almost 20 years ago in grad school. She dated my then roommate. Their relationship, like most in grad school, was a train wreck, and they broke up within 3 months. But she and I ended up becoming good friends. When the host saw me, he smiled and jerked his thumb toward the usual table. Made my way through the kitschy decor to Marissa. She had a couple of empty lowball glasses in front of her and one full one in her hand. Apparently, she'd gotten started early. Pre-gaming, eh? I said, sitting down. She looked down and fidgeted with her glass. Hey, what's wrong? Took a sip of whiskey. Rough day at work. I signaled the waiter. He nodded and didn't even come over. He knew I wanted a ribeye, medium, mashed potatoes on the side, and a pint of Guinness. Same thing I ordered every week. How rough could it be? I asked. Cushy government job with the DOE. You probably get, what, 20 days off a year? And all you have to do is show up and you get paid, right? Again, no laugh, nothing. Oh, come on, I said. Who pooped in your Rice Krispies? She sighed. You know about the Petrova line? Sure, kind of an interesting mystery. My guess is solar radiation. Venus doesn't have a magnetic field, but positively charged particles might be drawn there because it's electrically neutral. No, she said. It's something else. We don't know exactly what, but it's something else. But whatever, let's eat steak. Come on, Marissa, spill it. What the heck is wrong with you? She mulled it over. Why not? You'll hear it from the president in about 12 hours anyway. The president, I said. Of the United States? She took another gulp of whiskey. Have you heard of Amaterasu? It's a Japanese solar probe. Sure, I said. Jax A has been getting some great data from it. It's really neat, actually. It's in solar orbit, about halfway between Mercury and Venus. It has 20 different instruments aboard that. Yeah, I know. Whatever, she said. According to their data, the sun's output is decreasing. It's... So, where are we in the solar cycle? She shook her head. It's not the 11-year cycle, it's something else. Jaxay accounted for the cycle. There's still a downward trend. They say the sun is 0.01% less bright than it should be. Okay, interesting, but hardly worth 3 whiskeys before dinner. That's what I thought. But they're saying that value is increasing, and the rate of the increase is increasing. It's some sort of exponential loss they caught very, very early thanks to their probe sensitive instruments. I leaned back in the booth. I don't know, Marissa. Spotting an exponential progression that early seems really unlikely, but okay, let's say the Jaxay scientists are right. Where's the energy going? The Petrova line. Huh? Jax A took a good long look at the Petrova line, and they say it's getting brighter at the same rate the sun is getting dimmer. Somehow or another, whatever it is, the Petrova line is stealing energy from the sun. She pulled a sheaf of papers from her purse and put them on the table. It looked like a bunch of graphs and charts. She shuffled through them until she found one she wanted, then pushed it toward me. The x axis was labeled time, and the y axis was labeled luminosity loss. The line was exponential, for sure. Can't be right, I said. It's right, she said. Sun's output'll drop a full percent over the next 9 years. In 20 years, that figure will be 5%. This is bad, really bad. Stared at the graph. That would mean an ice age, like right away, instant ice age. Yeah, at the very least, in crop failures, mass starvation, I don't even know what else. Shook my head. How can there be a sudden change in the sun? It's a star, for cripe's sake. Things don't happen this fast for stars. Changes take millions of years, not dozens. Come on, you know that. No, I don't know that. I used to know that. Now I only know the sun's dying, she said. I don't know how, I don't know why, and I don't know what we can do about it, but it's dying. How? I furrowed my brow. She downed the rest of her drink. President addresses the nation tomorrow morning. I think they're coordinating with other world leaders to all announce at the same time. The waiter dropped off my Guinness. Here you go, sir. The steak should be out shortly. I need another whiskey, Marissa said. Make it two, I added. I blinked. Another flash of memory. Was it true or just a random memory of me talking to someone who got sucked into a bogus doomsday theory? No, it's real. I'm terrified just thinking about it, and it's not just sudden terror. It's a cozy, comfortable terror with a permanent seat at the table. I've felt it for a long time. This is real. The sun is dying, and I'm tangled up in it. Not just as a fellow citizen of Earth who will die with everyone else, I'm actively involved. There's a sense of responsibility here. I still don't remember my own name, but I remember random bits of information about the Petrova problem. They call it the Petrova problem. I just remembered that. My subconscious has priorities, and it's desperately telling me about this. I think my job is to solve the Petrova problem. In a small lab wearing a bedsheet toga with no idea who I am and no help other than a mindless computer and two mummified roommates. My vision blurs. I wipe my tears. I can't remember their names, but they were my friends, my comrades. Only now do I realize I've been facing away from them the whole time. I've done everything I can to keep them out of my line of sight, scrolling on the wall like a madman with the corpses of people I cared about right behind me. But now the distraction is over. I turn to look at them. Sob. It comes without warning. I remember bits and pieces, and all in a rush. She was funny, always quick with a joke. He was professional and nerves of steel. I think he was military, and he was definitely our leader. I fall to the floor and I put my head in my hands. I can't hold anything back. I cry like a child. We were a lot more than friends, and team isn't the right word either. It's stronger than that. It's on the tip of my tongue. Finally, the word slides into my conscious mind. I had to wait until it wasn't, and it had to wait until I wasn't looking to sneak in. Crew. We were a crew, and I'm all that's left. This is a spacecraft. I know that now. I don't know how it has gravity, but it's a spaceship. Things start to fall into place. We weren't sick, we were in suspended animation. These beds aren't magical freeze chambers like in the movies. There's no special technology at play here. I think we were in medically induced comas. Feeding tubes, IV, constant medical care, everything a body needs. Those arms probably changed sheets, not just rotated to prevent bed sores and all the other things ICU nurses would normally do. And we were kept fit. Electrodes all over our bodies to stimulate muscle movement, lots of exercise. But in the end, comas are dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Only I survived, and my brain's a pile of mush. I walk over to the woman. I actually feel better looking at her. Maybe it's a sense of closure, or maybe it's just the calmness that comes after a crying jag. The mummy has no tubes attached, no monitoring equipment at all. There's a small hole in her leathery wrist. That's where the IV was when she died. So the hole never healed. The computer must have removed everything when she died. Waste not, want not, I guess. No point in using resources on dead people. More for the survivors. More for me, in other words. I take a deep breath and let it out. I have to be calm. I have to think clearly. I remembered a lot just then. My crew, some aspects of their personalities, that I'm on a spaceship. I'll freak out about that later. The point is, I'm getting more memories back, and they're coming sort of when I want them instead of at random intervals. I want to focus on that, but the sadness is just so strong. Eat, says the computer. Panel in the center of the ceiling opens up and a food tube drops out. One of the robot arms catches it and places it on my bed. The label reads, Meal 1, Day 2. I open the tube and squirt goop into my mouth. I have to admit, it's another incredible flavor sensation. I think it's chicken with hints of vegetable. There's no texture, of course, but it's basically baby food, and it's a little thicker than my earlier meal. It's all about getting my digestive system used to solid food again. Water, I say between mouthfuls. The ceiling panel opens again, this time with a metal cylinder. An arm brings it to me. Text on the shiny container reads, Potable water. I unscrew the top, and sure enough, there's water in there. I take a sip. It's room temperature and tastes flat. It's probably distilled and devoid of minerals, but hey, water's water. Stay hydrated, gang. You heard it from Rylan. Stay hydrated. Um, Finish the rest of my meal. I haven't had to use the bathroom yet, but I'll need to eventually. I'd rather not go on the floor. Toilet? I say. A wall panel spins around to reveal a metal commode. It's just right there on the wall, like in a prison cell. I take a closer look. It has buttons and stuff on it. I think there's a vacuum pipe in the bowl, and there's no water. I think this might be a zero-G toilet modified for use in gravity. Why do that? Okay, a dismissed toilet. The wall swivels around again, and the toilet is gone. Alright, I'm well fed. I'm feeling a little better about things. Food'll do that. I need to focus on some positives. I'm alive. Whatever killed my friends didn't kill me. I'm on a spaceship. I don't know the details, but I know I'm on a ship, and it seems to be working correctly. And my mental state is improving. I'm sure of it. I sit cross-legged on the floor. It's time for a proactive step. Close my eyes and let my mind wander. I want to remember something. Anything on purpose. I don't care what, but I want to initiate it. Let's see what I get. I start with what makes me happy. I like science. I know it. Got a thrill from all the little experiments I've been doing. And I'm in space, so maybe I can think about space and science and see what I get. I pulled the piping hot spaghetti TV dinner from the microwave and hustled it over to my couch. I peeled the plastic off the top and let the steam escape. I unmuted the TV and listened to the live feed. Several coworkers and a few friends had invited me to watch this with them, but I didn't want to spend the whole evening answering questions. I just wanted to watch in peace. It was the most watched event in human history, more than the moon landing, more than any World Cup final. Every network, streaming service, news website, and local TV affiliate was showing the same thing. NASA's live feed. A reporter stood with an older man in the gallery of a flight control room. Beyond them, men and women in blue shirts fixed their attention on the terminals. This is Sandra Elias, said the reporter. I'm here at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. I'm here with Dr. Brown, who is the head of planetary sciences for NASA. She turned to the scientist. Doctor, what's our status now? Brown cleared his throat. We received information about 90 minutes ago that Arclight successfully inserted into orbit around Venus. Now we're just waiting for the first batch of data. It had been a heck of a year since the JAX-A announcement about the Petrova problem, but study after study confirmed their findings. The clock was ticking and the world needed to find out what was going on, so Project Arclight was born. The situation was terrifying, but the project itself was awesome. My inner nerd couldn't help but be excited. Arclight was the most expensive unmanned spacecraft ever built. The world needed answers, and it didn't have time to dilly-dally. Normally, if you asked a space agency to send a probe to Venus in under a year, they'd laugh in your face. But it's amazing what you can do with an unlimited budget. United States, European Union, Russia, China, India, and Japan all helped cover costs. Tell us about going to Venus, the reporter said. What makes it so hard? The main problem is fuel, said Brown. There are specific transfer windows when the interplanetary travel takes the minimum amount of fuel. We were nowhere near an Earth Venus window, so we had to put a lot more fuel into orbit just to get Arclight there in the first place. So it's a case of bad timing then? The reporter asked. I don't think there's ever a good time for the sun to get dimmer. Good point. Please go on. Venus moves very fast compared to Earth, which means more fuel just to catch up. Even under ideal conditions, it actually takes more fuel to get to Venus than it does to get to Mars. Amazing, amazing. Now, Doctor, some people have asked why bother with the planet? The Petrova line is huge, spanning an arc from the Sun to Venus. Why not somewhere in between? Because the Petrova line is the widest there. As wide as our whole planet, and we can use the planet's gravity to help us out. Arclight will actually orbit Venus 12 times while collecting multiple samples of whatever material the Petrova line is made of. And what is that material, you think? We have no idea, said Brown. No idea at all, but we might have answers soon. Once Arclight finishes its first orbit, it should have enough material for its onboard analysis lab. And what can we expect to learn tonight? Not much. The onboard lab is pretty basic, just a high magnification microscope and an X-ray spectrometer. The real mission here is sample return. It'll be another 3 months for Arclight to come home with those samples. The lab is a backup to get at least some data in case there's a failure during the return phase. Good planning as always, Dr. Brown. That's what we do. A cheer erupted from behind the reporter. I'm hearing, she paused to let the sound die down. I'm hearing that its first orbit is complete and the data is coming in now. The main screen in the control room changed to a black and white image. The picture was mostly gray with black dots scattered here and there. What are we looking at, Doctor? Said the reporter's face. This is from the internal microscope, said Brown. It's magnified 10,000 times. Those black dots are around 10 microns across. Are those the dots we've been looking for? She asked. Can't be certain, said Brown. It could just be dust particles. Any major gravity source, like a planet, would have a cloud of dust surrounding. What the fuck? Came a voice in the background. Several flight controllers gasped. The reporter snickers. High spirits here at JPL. We're coming to you live, so we apologize for any. Oh my god, said Brown. On the main screen, more images came through, one after another, nearly the same. Nearly. The reporter looked at the images on screen. Are those particles moving? The images, playing in succession, showed the black dots deforming and shifting around within their environment. The reporter cleared her throat and delivered what many would call the understatement of the century. They look a little like microbes, wouldn't you say? Telemetry, Dr. Brown called out. Any shimmy in the probe? Already checked, someone said. No shimmy. Is there a consistent direction of travel? He asked. Something that could be explained by an external force. Magnetic, maybe? Static electricity? The room fell silent. Anyone? Said Brown. I dropped my fork right into my spaghetti. Is this actually alien life? Am I really that lucky? To be alive when humanity first discovers extraterrestrial life? Wow, I mean, the Petrova problem is still terrifying, but wow, aliens! This could be aliens! I can't wait to talk about with the kids tomorrow. Another anomaly, the computer says. Darn it, I say. I was almost there. I almost remembered myself. Angular anomaly, the computer repeats. I unfold myself and get to my feet. My limited interactions with it, the computer seems to have some understanding of what I say, so I'll talk to it like I'd talk to one of them. Computer, what is an angular anomaly? Angular anomaly. An object or body designated as critical is not at the expected location angle by at least 0.01 radians. What body is anomalous? Angular anomaly. Not much help. I'm on a ship, so it must be a navigational issue. That can't be good. How do I even steer this thing? I don't see anything resembling spaceship controls, not that I really know what those look like, but all I've discovered so far is a coma room and a lab. That other hatch in the lab, the one that leads further up, that must be important. This is like being in a video game. Explore an area until you find a locked door, look for the key, but instead of searching bookshelves and garbage cans, I have to search my own mind because the key is my own name. Computer's not being unreasonable. If I can't remember my own name, I probably shouldn't be allowed into delicate areas of the ship. I climb onto my bunk and lie on my back. I keep a wary eye on the robot arms above, but they don't move. I guess the computer is satisfied that I'm self-sufficient now. I close my eyes and focus on that flash of memory. I can see bits and pieces of it in my mind, like looking at an old photo that's been damaged. In my house. No, apartment. I have an apartment. It's tidy, but small. There's a picture of the San Francisco skyline on the wall. Not useful. I already know I lived in San Francisco. There's a lean cuisine microwave meal on the coffee table in front of me. Spaghetti. The heat still hasn't equalized yet, so there are pockets of nearly frozen noodles next to tongue melting plasma. But I'm taking bites anyway. I must be hungry. I'm watching NASA on TV. I see all the stuff from my previous memory. Flash of memory. My first thought is, I'm elated. Could it be extracurricular life? I can't wait to tell the kids. I have kids? This is a single man's apartment with a single man eating a single man's meal. I don't see anything feminine at all. There's nothing to suggest a woman in my life. Am I divorced? Gay? Either way, there's no sign that children live here. No toys, no pictures of kids on the wall or mantle, nothing. And the place is way too clean. Kids make a mess of everything, especially when they start chewing gum. They all go through a gum phase, at least a lot of them do, and they leave it everywhere. How do I know that? Oh my god, he's so manic. Dude, chill out. Ugh. I like kids. Huh. It's just a feeling, but I like them. They're cool. They're fun to hang out with. So I'm a single man in my 30s who lives alone in a small apartment. I don't have any kids, but I like kids a lot. I don't like where this is going. A teacher! Ah, I'm a school teacher. I remember it now. Oh, thank God I'm a teacher. And that's the end of chapter 2. How are we feeling? How are we liking it so far? I'm hopelessly addicted to this book. This is me. This reading it out loud to you is my second time going through the book. Um, we still don't know his goddamn name. Great time we're having here. It's okay. I will be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom again. I think I'm also gonna eat, maybe try to get some cleaning done. But I will be back, so everybody just hang tight. Right? Man, you're only 2 chapters in. You're already having a good time. Glad to know I'm doing it justice. I really like this book. I really like Ryland. Just it's great to be able to share him and the book in general with someone because I've been having an absolute blast for the past week, and I just need everyone else to be having as good a time as I am. Hang tight, gang. Give me a minute. I'll be back. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, I'm back.
How is everybody? We doing okay? Hey, hey guys. Okay. So what are we thinking? Hold on, let me put myself back on screen. Hi. What are we thinking, chat? Do we want to read chapter 3? Do we want to at least get to the part where Ryland remembers his own name, or do you just want to yap for a bit? I'm probably gonna do some cleaning after this, now that I've woken up a bit and had a chance to eat. But we'll we'll see. Do you guys want one more chapter? Okay, okay, one more chapter. Cool. We'll do chapter 3, and then I'll get up and do the floors. Okay, well, yeah, for a bit when I get back. All right, I said, looking at the clock. We have 1 minute until the bell. You all know what that means. Lightning round, yelled my students. Life had changed surprisingly little since the announcement about the Petrova line. The situation was dire and deadly, but it was also the norm. Londoners during the Blitz in World War II went about their day as normal, with the understanding that occasionally buildings could get blown up. However desperate things were, someone still had to deliver milk, and if Mrs. McCready's house got bombed in the night, well, you crossed it off the delivery list. So, it was with the apocalypse looming, possibly caused by an alien life form, I stood in front of a bunch of kids and taught them basic science. Because what's the point of even having a world if you're not going to pass it on to the next generation? The kids sat in neat rows of desks facing the front. Pretty standard stuff, but the rest of the room was like a mad scientist lab. I'd spent years perfecting the look. I had a Jacob's ladder in one corner. We kept it unplugged so the kids didn't kill themselves. Along the wall was a bookshelf full of specimen jars of animal parts and formaldehyde. One of the jars was just spaghetti and a boiled egg. The kids speculated on that one a lot. Ryland, I love you. Engracing the center of the ceiling was my pride and joy, a huge mobile that was a model of the solar system. Jupiter was the size of a basketball, while wee Mercury was as small as a marble. It had taken me years to cultivate a rep as the cool teacher. Me, even as a cashier. Kids are smarter than most people think, and they can tell when a teacher actually cares about them as opposed to when they're just going through the motions. Anyway, it was time for the lightning round. I grabbed a fistful of bean bags off my desk. What's the actual name of the North Star? Polaris, said Jeff. Correct. I threw a beanbag to him. Before he even caught it, I fired off the next question. What are the three basic kinds of rocks? Igneous, sedentary, and metamorphic, yelled Larry. He was excitable, to say the least. So close, I said. Igneous, sedimentary, and metamorphic, said Abby with a sneer. Pain in the ass, that one, but smart as a whip. Oh my god, he said a swear word. Rylan, I didn't know you could do that. Yes, I threw her the beanbag. What wave do you feel first during an earthquake? The P wave, Abby said. You again? I threw her a beanbag. What's the speed of light? 3 times 10 to... Speed of light. 3 times 10 to... Abby began. See, yelled Regina from the back. She rarely spoke up. Good to see her coming out of her shell. Sneaky but correct. I chucked her a beanbag. I was answering first, Abby complained. But she finished her answer first. What's the nearest star to Earth? Alpha Centauri, Abby said quickly. Wrong, I said. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Anyone else? Oh, Larry said. It's the sun. Right, I said. Larry gets the beanbag. Careful with assumptions, Abby. That's awesome. I love him so much. She folded her arms in a huff. Oh my god. These kids are fun. This is cute. Who can tell me the radius of Earth? Trang raised his hand. 3,900. Trang, said Abby. The answer is Trang. Trang froze in confusion. What? I asked. Abby preened. You asked who could tell you the radius of Earth.
Frank can tell you I answered correctly. Outsmarted by a 13-year-old. Wasn't the first time. I dropped a beanbag on her desk just as the bell rang. The kids leapt from their chairs and collected their books and backpacks. Abby, flush with victory, took a little more time than the others. Remember to cash in your beanbags at the end of the week for toys and other prizes, I said to their retreating backs. As soon as the classroom was empty, the only echoing sounds of children in the hallway suggested any evidence of life, I collected their homework assignments from my desk and slipped them into my valise. Sixth period was over. Time to hit the teacher's lounge for a cup of coffee. Maybe I'd correct some papers before I headed home. Anything to avoid the parking lot. A fleet of helicopter moms would be descending on the school to pick up their children, and if one of them saw me, they always had some complaint or suggestion. We can't fault someone for loving their kids, and God knows we could do with more parents being engaged in their kids' educations, but there's a limit. Silent Grace, said a woman's voice. I looked up at the start, hadn't heard her come in. She looked to be in her mid-40s, wearing a well-tailored business suit. She carried a briefcase. Yeah, can I help you with something? I think you can, she said. She had a slight accent, something European. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. My name is Ava Strat. I'm with the Petrova Task Force. The what? The Petrova Task Force. It's an international body set up to deal with the Petrova line situation. I've been tasked with finding a solution. They've given me a certain amount of authority to get things done. They? Who's they? Every member nation of the UN. Wait, what? How did. Unanimous secret vote. It's complicated. I'd like to talk to you about this scientific paper you wrote. Secret vote? Ugh, never mind. Shook my head. My paper writing days are over. Academia didn't work well for me. You're a teacher. You're still in academia. Well, yeah, but I mean, academia with scientists and peer review and assholes who get you kicked out of your university. She raised an eyebrow. And who got all your funding cut off and ensured you never got published again? Yeah, that. She pulled a binder out of her briefcase. She opened it to the first page. An analysis of water-based assumptions and recalibration of expectations for evolutionary models. She looked up at me. You wrote this paper, yes? I'm sorry, how did you get. A dull title, but very exciting content, I'll have to say. Set my valise on my desk. Look, I was in a bad place when I wrote that. Okay, I'd had enough of the research world, and that was sort of a kiss my ass goodbye. I'm much happier now as a teacher. She flipped a few pages. You spent years combating the assumption that life requires liquid water. You have an entire section here called the Goldilocks Zone is for idiots. You call out dozens of prominent scientists by name and berate them for believing a temperature range is a requirement. Yeah, but your doctorate is molecular biology, correct? Don't most scientists agree that liquid water is necessary for life to evolve? They're wrong. I cross my arms. There's nothing magical about hydrogen and oxygen. They're required for life on Earth, sure, but another planet could have a completely different conditions. All life needs is a chemical reaction that results in copies of the original catalyst, and you don't need water for that. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath and let it out. Anyway, I got mad and I wrote that paper, and then I got a teaching credential, a new career, and started actually enjoying my life. So I'm glad no one believed me. I'm better off. I believe you, she said. Thanks, I said, but I have papers to grade. Could you tell me why you're here? She put the binder back in her briefcase. You're aware of the Arclight probe and the Petrova line, I assume. Be a pretty lame science teacher if I wasn't. Do you think those dots are alive? She asked. I don't know. They could just be dust bouncing around in magnetic fields. I guess we'll find out when the Arclight gets back to Earth. That's coming up, right? Just a few weeks from now? It returns on the 23rd, she said. Roscosmos will recover it from Earth, from low Earth orbit, with a dedicated Soyuz mission. I nodded. Then we'll know soon enough. The most brilliant minds in the world will look at them and find out what they're about. Who's gonna do that, do you know? You, she said. You're going to do it. I stared blankly. She waved her hand in front of my face. Hello? You want me to look at the dots? I said. Yes. The whole world put you in charge of solving this problem, and you came directly to a junior high school science teacher. Yes. I turned and walked at the door. You're lying or insane, or a combination of the two. I have to get going now. This is not optional, she said to my back. Seems optional to me. Goodbye. Yeah, it wasn't optional. When I got back to my apartment, before I even got to my front door, four well-dressed men surrounded me. They showed me their FBI badges and hustled me into the back of one of three black SUVs parked in the complex parking lot. After a 20-minute drive where they refused to answer any of my questions or even speak to me at all, they parked and shoved me into a generic-looking business park building. My feet barely touched the ground as they led me down an empty hallway with unmarked doors every 30 feet or so. Finally, they opened a set of double doors at the end of a hall and gently nudged me inside. Unlike the rest of the abandoned building, this room was full of furniture and shiny high-tech devices. It was the most well-stocked biology lab I had ever seen, and right in the middle of it all was Ava Stratt. Hello, Dr. Grace, she said. This is your new lab. The FBI agents closed the doors behind me, leaving Stratt and me alone in the lab. Her on my shoulder where they'd manhandled me a little too hard. So when you say a certain amount of authority, I have all of the authority. You have an accent. Are you even from America? I'm Dutch. I was an administrator at ESA, but that doesn't matter. Now I'm in charge of this. There is no time for slow international committees. This sun is dying. We need a solution. It is my job to find it. She pulled up a lab stool and sat down. These dots are probably a life form. The exponential progression of solar dimming is consistent with the exponential population growth of a typical life form. You think they're eating the sun? They're eating its energy output, at least. Okay, that's terrifying, but regardless, what the heck do you want from me? The Arclight probe is bringing samples back to Earth. Some of them might still be alive. I want you to examine them and find out what you can. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier, but I have to believe there are more qualified people to do this than me. Scientists all over the world will be looking at them, but I want you to be the first. Why? It lives on or near the surface of the sun. Does that sound like a water-based life form to you? She was right. Water simply can't exist at those temperatures. After about 3,000 degrees Celsius, the hydrogen and oxygen atoms can't stay bound to each other anymore. The surface of the sun was 5,500 degrees Celsius. She continued. The field of speculative extraterrestrial biology is small. Only 500 or so people around the world, and everyone I talk to, from Oxford professors to Tokyo University researchers, seems to agree that you could have led it if you hadn't suddenly left. Gosh, I said. We didn't leave on good terms. I'm surprised they said nice stuff about me. Everyone understands the gravity of the situation. There's no time for old grudges, but for what it's worth, you'll be able to show everyone you were right. You don't need water for life. Surely that must be something you want. Sure, I said. I mean, yeah, but not like this. Chopped off her stool and headed to the door. It is what it is. Be here on the 23rd at 7 p.m. I'll have a sample for you. What? I said. It'll be in Russia, won't it? I told Roscosmos to land their Soyuz in Saskatchewan. The Royal Canadian Air Force will recover the sample and bring it directly here to San Francisco via fighter jet. The US will allow Canadians use of the airspace. Saskatchewan? Soyuz capsules are launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, which is at a high latitude. Safest landing locations are the same latitude. Saskatchewan is the closest large, flat area to San Francisco that meets all the requirements. Held up my hand. Wait, the Russians, Canadians, and Americans just all do what you tell them? Yes, without a question. Are you joshing me with all this? Get accommodated with your new lab, Dr. Grace. I have other things to deal with. She walked out the door without another word. Yes, I put my fist. I jumped to my feet. I climbed the ladder to the lab. Once there, I climb that ladder and grab a hold of the mystery hatch. Just like last time, as soon as I touch the handle, the computer says to unlock, state your name. Ryland Grace, I say with a smile. Dr. Ryland Grace. A small click from the hatch is the only response I get. After all the meditation and introspection I did to find my own name, I wish there'd been something more exciting. Confetti, maybe? I grab the handle and twist. It turns. My domain is about to grow by at least one new room. I push the hatch upward. Unlike the connector between the bedroom and the lab, this hatch slides to the side. This next room is pretty small, so I guess there wasn't room for the hatch to swing in. And the next room is, um, LED lights flick on. The room is bound like the other two, but it's not a cylinder. The walls taper inward toward the ceiling. It's a truncated cone. I've spent the last few days without much information to go on. Now information assaults me from every direction. Every surface is covered with computer monitors and touchscreens. The sheer number of blinking lights and colors is staggering. Some screens have rows of numbers, others have diagrams, and others just look black. On the edge of the conical walls is another hatch. This one is less mysterious, though it has the word airlock stenciled across the top. The hatch itself has a round window in it. Through the window, I can see a tiny chamber just big enough for one person, with a spacesuit inside. The far wall has another hatch. Yep, that's an airlock. At the center of everything is a chair. It's perfectly positioned to be able to reach all screens and touch panels easily. I climb the rest of the way into the room. I settle into the chair. It's comfortable, kind of a bucket seat. Pilot detected. The computer says, angular anomaly. Pilot, okay. Where is the anomaly? I ask. Angular anomaly. HAL 9000, this computer is not. I look around at the many screens for a clue. The chair swivels easily, which is nice in this 360-degree computer pit. Spot one screen with a blinking red border. I lean in to get a better look. Angular anomaly. Relative motion error. Predicted velocity 11,423 kps. Measured velocity 11,872 kps. Status auto-correcting trajectory. No action required. Well, that means nothing to me except kps. That might mean kilometers per second. Above the text is a picture of the sun. It's jiggling around slightly. Maybe it's a video, like a live feed, or is that just my imagination? On a hunch, I touch the screen with two fingers and drag them apart. Sure enough, the image zooms in, just like using a smartphone. There's only a couple of sunspots on the left side of the image. I zoom in until those fill the screen. The image remains amazingly clear. It's either extremely high resolution photo or an extremely high resolution solar telescope. I estimate the cluster of sunspots is around 1% the width of the disk. Pretty normal for sunspots. That means I'm now looking at half a degree of the sun's circumference. Very rough math here. The sun rotates once about every 25 days. Science teachers know this sort of thing. So it should take an hour for the spots to move off the screen. I'll check back later and see if they have. If so, it's a live image. If not, it's a picture. 11,872 kilometers per second. Velocity is relative. It doesn't make any sense unless you're comparing two objects. A car on the freeway might be going 70 miles per hour compared to the ground, but compared to the car next to it, it's moving at almost zero. So, what is that measured velocity measuring the velocity of? I think I know. I'm in a spaceship, right? I have to be. So, that value is probably my velocity, but compared to what? Judging by the big old picture of the sun over the text, I'm guessing it's the sun. So, I'm going 11,872 kilometers per second with respect to the sun. I catch a flicker of the text below. Did something change? Ah, oh no. Those numbers are different. They both went down by one. Oh, wow, hang on. Pull the stopwatch from my toga. The best ancient Greek philosophers always carried stopwatches in their togas. I stare at the screen for what seems like an eternity. Just before I'm about to give up, the numbers both drop by one again. I start the timer. This time I'm ready for how long the wait'll be. Again, it seems indeterminable, but I stand firm. Finally, the numbers both drop again. I stop the timer 66 seconds. Measured velocity is going down by one every 66 seconds. Some quick math tells me that's an acceleration of 15 meters per second per second. That's the same gravity acceleration I worked out earlier. The force I'm feeling isn't gravity and it's not a centrifuge. I'm in a spaceship that is constantly accelerating in a line. Well, actually, it's decelerating. The values are going down. And that velocity, it's a lot of velocity. Yeah, it's going down, but wow. To reach Earth orbit, you only need to go 8 kilometers per second, and I'm over 11,000. That's faster than anything in the solar system. Anything that fast will escape the sun's gravity and go flying off into interstellar space. The readout doesn't have anything to indicate what direction I'm going, just a relative velocity. So now my question is, am I barreling toward the sun or away from it? It's almost academic. I'm either on a collision course with the sun or on my way out to deep space with no hope of returning. Or I might be headed in the sun's general direction, but not on a collision course. If that's the case, I'll miss the sun and fly off into deep space with no hope of returning. Fuck. Well, if the image of the sun is real time, then the sunspot will get larger or smaller on screen as I travel. So I just have to wait until I know if it's real time. That'll take about an hour. Start the stopwatch, acquaint myself with the million other screens in the little room. Most of them have something to say, but one of them just shows an image of a circular crest. Probably an idle screen or something. If I touch it, that computer will wake up, but the idle screen might be the most informative thing here. A mission crest. I've seen enough NASA documentaries to know for one when I see one. Circular crest has an outer ring of blue with white text. The text reads Hail Mary across the top and Earth across the bottom. The name and port of call of this vessel. I didn't think the ship came from somewhere other than Earth, but okay. But anyway, I guess I finally know the name of the ship I'm on. I'm aboard the Hail Mary. Not sure what to do with that information. But that's not all the crest has to tell me. Inside the blue band, there's a black circle with weird symbols inside. A yellow circle with a dot in the middle, and a blue circle with a white cross. And a smaller yellow circle with a lowercase p. No idea what any of that is supposed to mean. Around the edge of the black area, it says Chinese character, Russian character, and Grace. The crew. I'm Grace. So those other two must be the names of the mummies in the bunks downstairs. A Chinese person and a Russian person. The memory of them is almost at the surface, but I can't quite pull it up. I think some internal defense mechanism is suppressing it. When I remember them, it's gonna hurt. So my brain refuses to remember them. Maybe, I don't know, I'm a science teacher, not a trauma psychologist. I let my eyes clear. Maybe I won't push too hard for that memory just yet. I have an hour to kill. I'll let my mind wander and see what else I can remember. It's getting easier and easier. I'm not 100% comfortable with all this, I said. My voice was muffled by the full hazmat suit I wore. My breath fogged up the clear vinyl face window thingy. You'll be fine, said Strat's voice over the intercom. She watched from the other side of the double-paneled, paned, very thick glass. Sippy. They made a few upgrades to the lab. Oh, the equipment was all the same, but now the entire room was air sealed. The walls were lined with thick plastic sheets, all held together with some kind of special tape. I saw CDC logos everywhere. Quarantine protocols, not at all comforting. The only entry now was through a big plastic airlock, and they made me put on a hazmat suit before going in. An airline led to my suit from a spool in the ceiling. All the top of the line equipment was ready for whatever I wanted to do. I'd never seen a lab so well stocked. Excuse me. And in the middle was a wheeled cart holding a cylindrical container. Stenciled writing on the cylinder read, "Oh, that's a Russian word. Not deeply useful." Strat wasn't alone in the observation room. About 20 people in military uniforms stood with her. all looking on with interest. There were definitely some Americans, some Russians, a few Chinese officers, plus many more unique uniforms I didn't even recognize. A large international group. None of them said a word, and by some silent agreement, they all stayed a few feet behind Strat. I grabbed the air hose in my gloved hand and gestured to Strat with it. Is this really necessary? She pressed the intercom button. There's a very good chance the sample in that container is an alien life form. We're not taking any chances. Wait, you're not taking any chances, but I am. It's not like that. How is it not like that? She paused. Okay, it's exactly like that. I walked to the cylinder. Did everyone else have to go through all this? She looked at the military people and they shrugged at her. What do you mean, everyone else? I said, people who transferred it to this container. That's the same sample container from the capsule. It's 3 centimeters of lead surrounding a shell of a centimeter thick steel. It's been sealed since it left Venus. It has 14 latches you'll need to open to get to the sample itself. I looked at the cylinder, back to her, back to the cylinder, and back to him, to her. This is some bullpucky. Look at the bright side, she said. You'll be forever known as the man who first made contact with extraterrestrial life. If it even is life, I mumbled. I got the 14 latches open with some effort. Those things were tight. I vaguely wondered about how the Arclight probe closed them in the first place. Must have been with some kind of cool actuated system. The inside wasn't impressive. I didn't expect it to be. Just a small clear plastic ball that appeared to be empty. These mysterious dots were microscopic, and there weren't very many of them. No radiation detected, Strat said through the intercom. I shot a glance over at her. She watched her table intensely. I took a good long look at the ball. Is this under vacuum? No, she said. It's full of argon gas at 1 atmosphere of pressure. The dots have been moving around the whole time the probe was returning from Venus, so it looks like the argon doesn't affect them. I looked all around the lab. There's no glove box here. I can't just expose unknown samples to normal air. The entire room is full of argon, she said. Make sure you don't kink your airline or rip your suit. If you breathe argon, I'll suffocate and won't even know it's happening. Yeah, okay. I took the ball to a tray and carefully twisted it until it came apart in 2 halves. I placed one half of the sealed plastic container, half in a sealed plastic container, and mopped the other half up with a dry cotton swab. Scraped the swab against a slide and took it to a microscope. I thought they'd be harder to find, but there they were, dozens of little black dots, and they were indeed wriggling around. You recording all this? From 36 different angles, she said. Sample consists of many round objects, I said. Almost no variance in size. Each appears to be approximately 10 microns in diameter. I adjusted the focus and tried various intensities of blacklighting. Samples are opaque. I can't see inside, even at the highest available light setting. Are they alive? Strat asked. I can't just tell at a glance. What do you expect to happen here? I want you to find out if they're alive, and if so, find out how they work. That's a tall order. Why? Biologists worked out how bacteria works. Just do the same thing they did. That took thousands of scientists and 2 centuries to work out. Well, do it faster then. Tell you what, I pointed back at the microscope. I'm gonna get back to work now. I'll tell you anything I work out when I work it out. Until then, you can all enjoy some quiet study time. Teacher voice. Oh my god. I'll spend the next 6 hours doing incremental tests. Over that time, the military people wandered out, eventually leaving only Strat by herself. I had to admire her patience. She sat in the back of the observation room and worked on her tablet, sometimes looking up to see what I was doing. She perked up as I cycled my way through the airlock and into the observation room. Got something? She asked. I unzipped a suit and stepped out of it. Yeah, a full bladder. She typed on her tablet. I hadn't accounted for that. I'll get a bathroom installed inside the quarantine area tonight. It'll have to be a chemical toilet. We can't have plumbing going in and out. Fine, whatever, I said. I hustled off to the facilities to do my business. When I returned, Strat had pulled a small table and two chairs into the center of the observation room. She sat in one of the chairs and gestured to the other. Have a seat. I'm in the middle of have a seat. God. I took a seat. She had a commanding presence, that's for sure. Something about her tone of voice or her general confidence level, maybe. One way or another, when she spoke, did, you just kind of assumed you should do what she said. What have you found so far? It's only been one afternoon, I said. I didn't ask how long it's been. I asked for what you found out so far. I scratched my head. After hours in that suit, I was sweaty and presumably smelled bad. It's weird. I don't know what those dots are made of, and I'd really like to know. There's some equipment you need that you don't have. No, no, there's everything a guy could hope for in there. It just doesn't work on these dots. I settled back into the chair. I've been on my feet most of the day, and it was nice to relax for a moment. First thing I tried was the X ray spectrometer. It sends X rays into a sample, making it emit photons, and you can tell from the wavelengths of the photons what elements are present. And what did it tell you? Nothing. As far as I can tell, these dots just absorb X rays. The X rays go in and they never come out. Nothing comes out. That's very odd. I can't think of anything that does that. Okay. She looks at her tablet. What else can you tell me? Next, I tried gas chromatography. That's when you vaporize the sample and then identify the elements or compounds in the resulting gas. That didn't work either. Why not? I threw up my hands. Because the darn things just won't vaporize. That led me down a rabbit hole of burners, ovens, and crucible furnaces that turned up nothing. The dots are unaffected at temperatures up to 2000 degrees Celsius. Nothing. And that's odd? It's crazy odd, I said. But these things live on the sun, at least some of the time, so I guess having high resistance to heat makes sense. They live on the sun? So they're a life form? Pretty sure they are, yeah. Elaborate. Well, they move around. It's plainly visible through the microscope. That alone doesn't prove they're alive. Inert stuff moves all the time from static or charge or magnetic fields or whatever. But there's something else I noticed. Something weird, and it made the pieces fall into place. Okay. I put a few dots under a vacuum. I ran a spectrograph, just a simple test to see if they emit light, and they do, of course. They give off infrared light, the 25.984 micron wavelength. That's the Petrova frequency, the light that makes the Petrova line. I expected that, but then I noticed that they only emit light when they're moving, and boy, do they emit a lot of it. I mean, not a lot from our point of view, but for a single celled organism, it's a ton. And how is this relevant? I did some back of the napkin math, and I'm pretty sure that light is how they move around. I don't follow. Believe it or not, light has momentum, I said. It exerts a force. If you were out in space and you turned on a flashlight, you'd get a tiny amount of thrust from it. I didn't know that. Now you do. A teeny tiny thrust on a teeny tiny mass can be an effective form of propulsion. I measured the dot's average mass at about 20 pictograms. That took a long time, by the way, but that lab equipment is awesome. Anyway, the movement I see is consistent with the momentum of the emitted light. She set her tablet down. I had apparently accomplished the rare feat of getting her undivided attention. Is that something that happens in nature? I shook my head. No, no way. Nothing in nature has that kind of energy storage. You don't understand how much energy these dots are emitting. Getting close to the scales of mass conversion, E equals mc squared kind of stuff. These dots have more energy stored up in them than remotely makes sense. Well, she said, they did just come from the sun, and this sun is losing energy. Yeah, that's why I think it's a life form, I said. It consumes energy, it stores it in a way we don't understand, and then it uses it for propulsion. That's not a simpler chemical process, that's complex and directed. Something must have evolved. So the Petrova line is tiny little rocket flares? Probably, and I bet we're only seeing a small percentage of the total light coming off that area. They use it to propel themselves to Venus or the sun or both, I don't know. Point is, the light will go away from their direction of travel. Earth isn't in that line, so we only see the light that reflects off nearby space dust. Why did they go to Venus? She asked. And how do they reproduce? Good questions. Ones I still don't have answers for. But if they're single-celled stimulus response organisms, they probably reproduce through mitosis. Paused. That's when the cell splits in half to become two new cells. Yes, I know that much, thank you. He looked to the ceiling. People always assumed our first contact with alien life, if any existed, be little green men and UFOs. We never considered the idea of a simple, unintelligent species. Yeah, I said. This isn't Vulcans dropping by to say hi, this is space algae. An invasive species, like cane toads in Australia. Good analogy, I nodded. And the population is growing fast. The more of them there are, the more solar energy gets consumed. She pinched her chin. What would you call an organism that exists on a diet of stars? I struggled to remember my Greek and Latin root words. I think you'd call it astrophage? Vestrophage. She typed it into her tablet. Okay, get back to work. Figure out how they breed. Astrophage! The word alone makes my muscles clench up. Chilling terror that hits like a dead weight. That's the name. The thing that threatens all life on Earth. Astrophage. I glance at the monitor with my zoomed image of the sun. The sunspots have moved noticeably. Okay, it's a real-time image. Good to know. Wait, I don't think they're moving at the right speed. I checked the stopwatch. I was only daydreaming for 10 minutes or so. The sunspots have moved a fraction of a degree, but they're halfway off the screen, way more than they should have moved. I pull the tape measure from my toga. I zoom out the image and actually measure the widths of the sun and sunspot cluster to the screen. No more rough estimates. I want real math here. The solar disk is 27 centimeters on screen, and the sunspots are 3 millimeters. And if they moved half their width in 10 minutes, actually, it was 517 seconds. According to my stopwatch, I scribble some math on my arm. This resolution, they're moving 1 millimeter every 344.66 seconds. To cross the entire 27 centimeters would make it, scribble, 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 just over 93,000 seconds. So it'll take that long for the cluster to cross the near side of the sun. It'll take twice that long to get all the way around. That's 186,000 seconds. That's a little over 2 days. Over 10 times faster than the rotation should be. The star I'm looking at, it's not the sun. I'm in a different solar system. So, hey, that's the end of chapter 3. All right. That's enough book. I'm going to find something to mark it with so I'm not constantly folding the pages because folding the pages makes me feel like an evil person. I don't want to do that to myself. But while I'm looking for a bookmark, it's about time I ask y'all what you think. How are you guys enjoying the book? Tell me if you're liking this. Do you like the way I read it? Are you having fun? I want to know. What do you guys think of this book? Please, please, please. Fuck, I don't actually own anything that could be used as a bookmark. Wait, that's a lie. I do. I have to borrow it from my older parents. I have it. I have something bookmark shaped that I can use. Mark my book. I knew I had something. I'm glad. I told you guys it was funny. It's yes. Here we go. My lesbians. My Yuri bookmark. Um. All right. Book is marked. Thank you so much for coming and listening. If you guys are, if you're having fun, I definitely recommend getting the book yourself or listening to the audiobook.
if these book club streams are something that you guys are having fun with and you'd like more, feel free to tell me and I don't know, I'll try to. The book doesn't sit the same now that it's marked. It opens. I don't really like that, but what can you do? Uh, yeah, it doesn't close anymore. Is it wrong to it? Hold on. Maybe I should only trying to. Up until this point, I've had it like sitting decoratively on my windowsill so that I could like see it and see the cover and the whole cover there. That'll work. Semi closed. Oh yeah, it's a delight. If you like science fiction, especially like funny science fiction, like honestly, I wasn't I didn't go into this book expecting it to be a comedy. I kind of wasn't prepared. But Ryland is such a delightfully fun character and being in his head is just fantastic. Um I'm really glad we got to Strat. She is one of my favorite villains in fiction. She's really funny and mostly in the very deadpan way that she goes about things. I think I read her with a little bit more emotion than you're supposed to, but I have a lot of fun with her. I think she's an interesting character. Well, I'm gonna end stream soon, but not yet. Um, for now, I'm gonna BRB, and I'll loop back around in a little bit. Give me just a second. Hey chat, I'm checking in. How are you guys feeling? Thank you, Vaughn. Halfway through my cleaning. Just wanted to let you guys know that I am alive. I need to sit for a sec. So yeah, if you guys want to do this book club thing, I mean, I'm already rereading the book. But I would love to read it for everyone some more. But you should also absolutely still get the book for yourself because it's brilliant. Weir deserves every cent of that money, I'm telling you. God, it's so good. I'm doing alright. I'm just gonna sit here with you guys for a sec. Oh, I'm sweeping and mopping the apartment floors. I'm glad. Honestly, I mean, it's a dramatic reading, basically. It's sort of an extension of the voice acting I like to do. Um, if you're not a reader, but you like to enjoy Project Hail Mary without me, I recommend getting the audiobook. Oh, it's available on Audible, and the English narrator is Ray Porter. And when I tell you that he is the only voice I will ever hear in my head for Ryland ever again, I mean that. Uh, what else? No. What do you guys think of Ryland? Do you guys see what I see in him and why I've been so obsessed with this man over the past few days? I'm gonna post another announcement so people know that I'm still alive. Good, good, good. Because Porter does a better voice for Ryland than I could ever hope to. Uh, I love Ryland Grace with my whole heart. He's the man of my dreams. Uh, but I feel I do not do him nearly the justice that he deserves. Um, he's absolutely beautiful. He's so. I think I just am attracted to him because he's funny. Like I don't care much for the actor. I don't watch live action movies, so I can't say that I care much for the actor who plays him. The best beaten up little man. Yeah, Ryland is just having a terrible time. But like I've never cared much. I don't really give a shit about actors because I don't watch a lot of live action movies. So like I've never cared much for Ryan Gosling as a person. But I know a conventionally attractive man when I see one. I was already in love with Ryland. They didn't have to cast someone objectively gorgeous, but they did. They went along and cast the prettiest actor they could find to play a character that I'm already head over heels for. Fantastic, great job. I'm I'm so completely in love with him. Yeah, he's kind of the perfect visual for him. Like, like he kind of like it works. And yeah, like The he's the only visual design for Ryland we really have. Um, the costumes they design, like the costume design for his outfits, and Ryan himself as like the physical base is the only visual design for Ryland we get because Ryland doesn't describe himself very much. He doesn't he never visually describes himself in the book. We don't actually know what Ryland looks like. And like Ryland like Ryan does work appropriately. He gives the right sort of dorky energy. Yes, Ryland Grace is a man entirely carried by his inner monologue, his personality, which he's just teeming with from the minute he opens his eyes. He is a fantastically written character, and he's so like most people who have a book boyfriend, the character who's visually described in the narrative. No, my book boyfriend is just the funniest man in the room. It's the same philosophy as people who were in love with Deadpool. Like, Ryland is to me a very he makes me laugh character. Uh, his reactions to everything are quite funny and pretty cute. I love his bitchy banter with the computer. Like, it's so fun. I'm still here, so I'm not gonna BRB, but, um, yes! Literally, every time something shitty happens to him, he just has some kind of funny quip to push through it. Hold tight, I'm gonna do some more mopping. I'm not gonna BRB though. I'm gonna leave stream open so people come in. Uh, if anybody pops by, let them know that I'm literally just a room over. Dang, I'm back. Ugh. Yeah, we we're not sure. We actually don't know much about Ryland's life prior to. We don't know much about his life prior to the day the Petrova line was discovered. So whatever his childhood was like, we have no idea. His earliest memory appears to be sometime after college. So maybe early to mid 20s. No, mid to late 20s. Probably doesn't have any memories past 25 or before 25, which is scary, but suggests that he probably didn't have the greatest time growing up. I'm sure waking up in space, tubed to hell and covered in electrodes, is. Yeah, I honestly, Ryland is one of my current favorite characters in fiction. He's definitely, this is the most fun I've had with a book since I was in high school. So it's his life could be falling apart and he'd just be like, fuck it, we ball. He's he's fun like that. In space, what else can you really do? Yeah, that's true. You just gotta keep going. He's space balling. Like, he's so. I think what I admire about Ryland is his courage. He's so brave. But not in the way where he's like, not in the way where he's not afraid, you know? Like, it's not that he's incapable of fear, though his scientific curiosity does tend to push him forwards. I've noticed.
and delightfully so, that um uh Ryland, when his courage isn't bolstered by his scientific curiosity and his need to learn and discover things, it comes from just kindness and his innate sense of justice, which, God, like, he's so brave. And the thing that makes him brave is that he's terrified the whole time. For those who haven't read The Wizard of Oz, within the book, when the wizard tells each of Dorothy's companions that they've had what they were looking for all along, it's explained. And for the Cowardly Lion, the wizard tells him that he's always been brave. And when oh, hello, new viewer, hello. When he asks why, the wizard tells him that he did a lot of very brave things. He fought off wolves to protect his friends. He leapt across a giant gorge with Dorothy on his back. And all of these things he did were brave things. The reason the Cowardly Lion believes he's a coward is because he was absolutely pants-shittingly terrified the entire time he was doing it. He still did those brave things, but he was terrified the whole time. Ryland is a Cowardly Lion archetype. Ryland Grace believes that he is a coward, but he's not. He's insanely brave. He's just. Ryland is the definition of do it scared. He's terrified. And the further through the story you get, the more terrified he is. The more serious things get. Once he's figured everything out scientifically, and he doesn't have the curiosity to surge him forward anymore, that fear is there, and it propels him almost more to continue working. Yeah, exactly. It's like how strength doesn't come from failure, it comes from getting back up again, from continuing to keep moving no matter what happens. Hmm. But the fact Ryland is scared isn't what makes him brave, it's the fact that he's doing it anyway. It doesn't matter how scared he is, it doesn't matter how terrifying the world around him is, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. What matters is that he does it anyway, that he keeps moving. There's a scene later in the book where the ship starts losing fuel, and there's a moment where Ryland needs to get Rocky to safety, and he has to make a decision. And he knows that if he tries to pull this off, he's going to get hurt. It will physically hurt him to do this, and it could kill him. But he cares too much to not try. And so he pushes past that fear and he does what he has to do to save Rocky. And he pays for it in a way that I'm not going to spoil because it's so like it's such a powerful moment. But he's willing to put himself in danger for the people he loves. And that's what courage is. It's being willing to risk pain or harm for the people that you care about. It's doing what you have to do even if you're scared to do it. And
The fact that he woke up alone and restrained, surrounded by corpses, and he still got up and immediately started investigating his surroundings, that's brave in itself. It's courage on its own. At this point, I'm just fucking rambling about how much I love Ryland. Uh, and like, I know we're not really reading anymore, but there's so much I can say about him because he's such an incredible character. And I just hope that if you guys read or listen to the book, or if you come back to do more book club with me, that you'll be able to appreciate him in the same way that I do. Because there's just so much wonderful shit about him that makes him worth appreciating and makes the Ryland is what makes the book worth reading. Thank you, I appreciate it. We could be doing literally anything, and I'd be talking about my hyperfixation instead of whatever we're actually doing that day. It's a bad habit. Really excited. I'm starting to collect other VTubers to do collabs with. I want to do Marvel Rivals with friends on a regular basis. I want to do more collab streams. I want to hang out with people. I want that banter cuz holy fuck, that's a big bird. Sorry. A particularly large bird just flew past my window. To ask the pharmacy at my job to fax my doctor for more birth control. Oh, seems like we just had a blip there, but it looks like it's fixed itself. Man, 8 views. Yeah, I don't even, I just, like, it was huge. I saw it fly by the window. I was like, what the fuck is that? We get some pretty big birds in southern Ontario, actually. Like, some ridiculously large birds. And it's like, damn, those are, like, we get, like, if you go further up north, there's turkey vultures. Uh, the biggest we get around here are, like, ravens and particularly large birds of prey. Like, you ever seen a peregrine falcon? Those things are massive. Look, man, you see a big fucking bird, you gotta call out that you saw a big fucking bird. That's just how it works. Anyway, yeah, man, exactly. You see a horsey when you're driving down a country road, you gotta go, horsey! And point out the damn window. God, I'm so embarrassingly southern. God, the way I want to fucking write fan fiction so bad. But like, okay, since we're talking about Project Hail Mary, I just want to air some gripes with the fandom because I have some issues with the fandom and I need somewhere to say this. First of all, I like say this really close to the microphone. I like Arrow Ace Ryland. I think it's a good headcanon. In part because the colors of the Arrow Ace flag work really well with him aesthetically. Um, oh hell yeah, man! Turkey vultures are big as fuck. You ever? Those things are huge. Right, boy.
God damn it.
Uh, but um, pick up a pan, motherfucker. Yeah, no. Uh, I have issues with Bloody Mary as a ship. I don't like it. That's my first issue with the fandom. Because like I like Arrow Ace Ryland. I think it's a good headcanon. In part because the Arrow Ace flag colors are very aesthetic, and they actually like they fit Ryland pretty well aesthetically. I think. Like this man should have an Arrow Ace planet pin on his cardigan. Okay, that's that's just the energy. Um, but I also think that like I have nothing against crack ships on principle. I have a crack ship for Ryland myself. It's it's Ryland X Star-Lord. It's so dumb. But and a lot of people are so desperate to ship Ryland that they're kind of throwing him at anyone, including other characters played by his actor. For some reason, of course, there's the Simon thing, which I think was born of the fact that they're both indie films that hit theaters at the same time and both deal with the generalness of like being sent on a one-way trip and spending most of it isolated. Uh, but my frustration with Bloody Mary as a ship comes from the fact that they're horribly mischaracterizing Rylan. I've never seen Iron Lung, I can't speak for Simon, but I know that they're mischaracterizing Ryland because Ryland is my boy, and I've just spent multiple days listening to his voice in my head. So I think I know him better than most of you. Um, but Ryland as a character is first of all, he's very interesting, but more importantly, he's he's the way that Bloody Mary shippers write him, they make him so passive. They kind of take everything that makes Ryland special out of him. Like they make him kind of passive and like soft and like Ryland is anything but passive. That's part of what I like about him. It ties back into his natural courage. Ryland is a very active character. He's a very active protagonist. He's he stands up for himself. He doesn't have a problem doing that. He he's very like sassy. He's kind of a snarky asshole. Um, and that's the majority of his charm really comes from his kind of mean streak. Like that playful sarcasm that makes Ryland Ryland. I think a lot of people lose out on that. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Um, like he's because we're in his head, he feels pretty chatty, but he is decently chatty. So like it's not completely off, but like in the first 3 chapters, we see him very active. He's immediately studying his environment and trying to like get himself mobile and explore the ship and like he's actively figuring things out every second that he's on screen. Or every second that he's on page. I mean, he's constantly fucking. He's he's investigating. He's always investigating. I think is the word I'm looking for. And like I really respect that about him. I think it's so cool of him that he's always in motion. He's always trying to learn. And then we cut back to the class, like we cut back to his life before, and just like he's talkative to his friends. He cares about them. He's asking Marissa questions when she's obviously not acting like herself. He's wonderfully engaged with his students. He is so active with them. He plays games with them to get them like to care about learning, and that's really fun. Reminds me a lot of when I will actively talk to the kids that come in with their parents to my job so that they're not standing there bored while their parents like pay me and I handle the groceries. And I'll have them be like an active participating part of the exchange. Like I'll talk to them, I'll have them press the button to move the groceries down. I'll like if they're wearing something that I recognize with a character on it that I know, or they're holding a toy, like I'll engage them in conversation. And that's like the kind of energy that Rylan gives me. He's actively talking to these kids. He's got like a beanbag system that rewards them with prizes. That's such a fun thing. Like he's gamifying it in a way that I think is really cool and that I think is actually very conducive to learning. Honestly, I firmly believe that Ryland is autistic. A lot of his behaviors, I get like he reminds me of me, first of all. But like he just like me for real. But he's also like just very autism coded. A lot of his like thoughts and behaviors and the way his brain works, that sort of stream of consciousness is very autistic to me. Um, like even when he's engaging with Strat, he's actively engaging with her. Like after the initial hell yeah. Oh yeah, um our fucking I work grocery and the conveyor belts at the grocery store, there's a little button that you can press to move the belt so the cashier doesn't have to use the foot pedals. And I always get the kids to do it because it keeps them occupied and makes them feel like they're helping. So if a kid is at the age where I think they'll care, I'll be like, "Hey, buddy, can you come over here to the back?" And I'll come walk and I'll show them around. I'll be like, "Can you press that?" And it gives them something to do, something to focus on while their parent is paying me. Like, but similarly, like Ryland, like after the initial conversation, once he knows he's stuck with her, he does start actively engaging with Strat. And when she asks him questions about the science behind the astrophage, he gets like audibly excited. You can like kind of feel the shift in the way that he talks and like it's really cool. When you're reading it on page, it's like not as clear, I guess, but like it's very clear when you hear it the way that I have and the way that I've been able to interpret it whilst reading it myself. Ryland is having a blast studying these fucking things. Clearly, he loves science. It means a lot to him, and like obviously that's why he's teaching it to the next generation of children. But he clearly loves science, and he's clearly having more fun than he wants to admit studying the astrophage and getting to talk about what he's found. It helps that Ava's the first person to ever believe his theory about non-water based life, but it's just really neat. Speaking of Strat, what do y'all think of her? I really like her. I think she's fascinating. She's probably my favorite female villain in anything ever. I will say now she is a villain. If the fact she didn't fucking kidnap Ryland doesn't make that clear. But she's a delightful villain. just so fun. I love Strat, but I'd love to hear what other people think of Strat. Oh my god. There we. Oh my fuck. Sorry, I'm gonna type something in and I'm having a struggle. Yeah, what do y'all think of what do y'all think of Strat? Because I've never both loved and hated a character. Yeah, like that's what I like about her so much. Is like Strat's a terrible person and she's about to do a lot of horrible shit. But she's gonna get away with it because it's for a good cause. She's saving the world. And because she's saving the world, nothing else really matters to her. In case you guys are wondering about the state of my environment, the sky is still pretty thick. I can still see the smoke outside. I think I've just adjusted to it now, but it's a faint burning in the back of my throat at all times, which I have to assume is a result of the smoke in the air. Yeah, no, I think Ava is fascinating because she's doing what she's doing for good reason, or at least for what she believes to be good reason. Hello, new viewers. Hello. I've like I've had like 12 different people pop in and out. Um, yeah, like she's terrible and she's gonna do a lot more horrific, slightly less defendable shit. But she's doing it all to save Earth. That's all that really matters to her. That's from her point of view, everything she's doing is for the greater good, and therefore she gets away with it. And she basically has full clearance from the entire world government to do whatever the fuck she wants. So she is getting away with all this shit because, you know, she's the person in charge of saving the world. So, like, they're just gonna let her save it however she wants. And genuinely, Ava is such a supervillain. Spoilers, but she will blow up Antarctica in several chapters. Yes, she she's kind of a super she blows up Antarctica. And she just is allowed to do that because it's for the project. Because it furthers the project. They just let this woman blow up Antarctica because it's in service of stopping the astrophage. And I think that Ava's more comically evil moments like that are important because it keeps some of the other darker shit she does from ruining her as a character. Because Ava does some really disgusting shit later. And it, like, in order for you to still enjoy Ava as a character and as a villain, it's important to also have her do comically evil shit like pave the Sahara with solar panels or blow up Antarctica. Because I don't know, like, it softens the blow of the more realistic shit. There's a scene where she's on trial for copyright infringement because she's downloaded every piece of media ever made onto one stick drive so that she can put it into the Hail Mary. I think partially for study. Like there's a bunch of studies and shit and articles in there. Also, like video games and movies and shit, so the crew of the Hail Mary won't be bored. Like there's a room on the ship that's purely there so the crew don't like go crazy once they're awake. There's like TV and movies and shit that Ryland can watch there. Fascinating stuff. So it's like she like goes to court for copyright infringement because she's literally stolen everything ever made, put on this ship without licensing. And because she has pardon from the entirety of the world government, she just gets away with it. I'm like, that's the kind of comically evil shit that they have Ava do. And again, I think part of the reason why a lot of Ava's evil is so funny is because it keeps her more insidious like actions from making it impossible to enjoy her as a character. I hope that makes sense. I hope that like I hope you get what I mean by that. Hope I'm making sense. I find oftentimes villains will be written like that, where like they do some pretty horrific shit, but like they're also like sometimes you need the unbelievable comically evil shit to make the more horrifying things a little bit easier to swallow. You feel me? Yeah, exactly. So like when Ava does something like blow up Antarctica or pave the Sahara with solar panels, it's it's easier to what when she does things like um pave the Sahara with solar panels or blow up Antarctica, it's it's more hmm, it's more it makes some of the other shit she does, like kidnapping Ryland 3 separate times, or um like holding him hostage in a singular tiny lab to the point where even the idea of letting him leave the lab to use the bathroom makes her decide she needs to install a toilet in the lab. Like she's confining him to this room. It's horrifying. She's basically using him as like a guinea pig to see if the astrophage are capable of giving humans any sort of disease or something. And it's like it's horrific that she's doing this to him. Or like at some point they do this test launch and the explosion kills the American astronaut and the backup American astronaut. And it's Ava's fault because she miscalculated one thing. Rather than like the fact that she's caused these deaths isn't like just realized Smiley has been off this whole time. Here we go. He's back. Um, because uh,
She does all the sillier shit. It's like,
it's easier to forgive the kidnapping when you're blowing up entire continents, I guess. It's like I think her banter with Ryland also kind of helps her stay likable. The fact that oh, where did yeah, the fact that welcome back. The fact that like she and Ryland have this like consistent banter back and forth is funny and it makes her almost likable. Like some of her conversations with Ryland and the way that they like mess with each other, it endears you to her a little bit. I really like Ava. I'll be right back. Keep talking amongst yourselves. Yeah, she kidnaps him at least 3 times, which is pretty funny. Uh, first time is the first time she brings him into his new lab. The second time is the time she got some guy to throw him in an aircraft, to throw him in a fucking military plane and drop him on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Chinese Ocean. I'm eating ice cream sandwiches. I found the most delectable ice cream sandwiches ever. They have caramel infused into them. No, no, I will not. What's back? It's a raven! The huge black bird. It's a raven. It landed back on my roof. It's yelling at something. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, I'm eating through them because I have to eat two at a time. Yes, no, that raven clearly lives here. Obviously, it's a tenant. No. Mm. I'm still here. I'm eating. Oh, hell yeah. Costco hot dogs are the shit, dude. That's great. I feel good as hell right now.
All right. Yeah, I got paid today. I should pay my rent. Forgot it was Thursday for a minute. Might go out to eat later.
I know it's ridiculous outside, but that's never stopped me before. Anyway, I think that's all for the day. We've managed to get through 3 chapters, which is pretty good for a first session. Next time we stream, it'll probably be more book club if you guys are having fun with this. Yeah, it's Thursday. Um, so yeah, thank you for coming. Thank you for listening to the book. Thank you for listening to me yap about the book. Um, Hopefully the next time we do a book club stream, I'll have seen the movie. I hope. I'm almost done listening to the book, so no, yeah, literally, it's fucking shit burning out there. Hey, maybe the rapture finally happened and we're all in hell. Well, regardless, thanks for stopping by, everyone, and I hope you all had a good time listening to the first official book club stream. Uh, s- Once more for anyone coming in late or anyone ending who wants a TLDR. And it was the first 3 chapters of Andy Weir's Project Hail Mary, and we will be continuing the book next time, hopefully starting from chapter 4. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.